Why is this being so weird? Okay, there we go. Audio's up. Oh, that's pretty dang loud, though. That should be better. Yeah, that's a lot better. Soundboard. Let's turn that way down. Let's turn this down a little bit more. Continue. Sad part is they're not wrong, but they're also not right.
Of my gold infused face mask.
Correct. Wow, OBS is really loud. Let's turn this down a little more then.
Now that I think about it, yeah, this spot does feel comfortable. Not a lot to do there.
Is there anywhere that's truly safe? We need more blankets.
On this crazy planet, not really. Indoors tend to be technically just as crazy if you want to be technical.
Please, keep your distance. All of these hooligans. Weapons and their chaos.
Yes, yes, chaos, chaos, chaos. Welcome to life. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the live stream of Tea and Toast with Ghost. I'm your host, Ghost. I do apologize about last week. I had an unforeseen software error, and sadly it made it so that the the live stream, last week's live stream didn't happen. That's too low.
People here don't know what's
I
good
had to
for them.
use a new software, so bear with me as I figure out the audio here.
The ground beneath Carcadia is quaking. Help me find the cause, or else, how can I put this? We're doomed!
All right, Leopold. You have my attention.
But I hope everybody had a good week last week. To everyone who's out there who is a father, happy Father's Day. I hope everyone's having a good Father's Day. And if you joined in for this live stream, I thank you for spending this day with me. Right there, let's try right there. That might be the sweet spot I'm looking for.
Live on the scene once again, I'm Penelope Streams with the first coat in the absolutely legitimate hunt for the legendary vending machine. Keep it here for all your vending needs because, it's a slow news day.
So, again, anyone out there, please remember, this is a live Q&A stream. So go ahead and drop your questions in the comments and I will answer them to the best of my abilities. And if anyone has any questions from my videos or something from outside of my videos, I will gladly answer those as well. Or if you have game lore or you have any game lore questions, I can answer those as well, depending upon certain games. If I haven't played the games or I'm aware of the games, I can answer those questions. But I'm an open book, so
Careful! I fight daddy with salt.
feel free to ask.
With me!
Pop goes to the weasel.
Moving up!
You gave up your life for so bitter.
Way!
I love how he just uses it, to be perfectly honest with everybody. It's like an well, if anyone wants to know what I've been doing in my spare time outside of the figuring out, getting my software, my software issue, I've been getting reacquainted with the Gothic 1 remake, along with working, so I've had a full week, as it were. We'll see.
I see the stars.
Well, at least you saw stars for one.
Extra bang for my buck.
Or should we do the, thing from, Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
You're about to get a serious angle.
What does the script say, Roger? Rabbit sees stars, not Tweety birds.
Died like I lived.
And then at the near the end of the movie, all of a sudden, Rabbit sees stars. Ready to shoot whenever you are, Raoul. What can I say?
Should have focused on the timekeeper.
Now that that's taken care of for a minute, let's try. Alright, let's give right there a try. That might be kind of better. Where's it going? Yeah, over here. Kind of like the giant iridium spires.
Today, your run comes to an end.
It's too low, there's no ambient sound. But if it's too high, it's really loud. Let's try right there.
The crazy little children are jangling the key.
Sure.
I love to shoot uggos. Chosen. Served. Severed.
Yes, pelvic thrusting is such awesome stuff. Just remember you put your hand down before you do it.
Pretty bad if they want it.
Oh, wow. Just want me out of that. Wow. No, there's no point in being here now. Disappointing.
Up for a game of Ripper Roulette?
You feel the tremors too, don't you?
Breathe in, breathe out. Good. Now, what of these tremors?
Haven't you felt them? The quakes have been happening for weeks. Should they increase in strength or frequency, the consequences would be catastrophic. It's not normal seismic activity. At first, I thought it might be more moonfall or the endless ripper drills, but I was wrong. There's something happening beneath our feet.
In your shock, you are repeating yourself. You already told me about the earthquakes.
No, something deliberate. The quake patterns, they're regular, intentional even. Perhaps you could investigate the cave they're coming from. Find the cause. Or better yet, stop it before Carcadia Burn vibrates into dust and we all die!
Well, I am vibrate into dust proof. You stay here, and I will handle this.
Hmm. Alright. Let's keep it going. Sadly, for any planet you would want to visit, you're going to need seismologists. A lot of seismologists.
Barely saw you there.
Because the tectonic plates of different planets will function differently.
The ground stirs, Kanaxi, just as Leopold described. Thankfully, I am sure-footed and unafraid.
Maybe you can find a way in that I missed.
There is no breaking down that door.
Curious, isn't it?
Just like so. Gather to creeps must be drawn to the vibrations. Gather in mass. Do it quick while you are ahead. Those pillars open some air vents. Or was that you, Kananzi?
The door is order-made, but this location isn't charted on any maps. Someone wanted to keep this place a secret.
I dub this door Secret Keeper, for none have crossed its threshold.
Sure. Should I start flapping my yap now or just wait? Haven't decided yet. There's the other thing I was supposed to find.
Stupid door! You think you're tough, huh? I'll break you
Can
like
these
you broke
Ripper
my
names
drill.
not
I'll
get
tear
any
you down
original?
piece by piece until there's nothing left. You hear me? Nothing. Update. Okay, there is a lot left. All of you, in fact. I bet you think that's funny, door. You like mocking me with your smug door face? I'll break you. I swear I will. Success. I've breached you at last, door. Emotionally, I mean. That's right, you're still sealed, but I got your number. I put a head on you, and you didn't pull it off one bit. All the other doors are laughing. You'll never live it down. Later, door. I told you I'd destroy you.
Crouch down and we go.
I found an opening. I am going in.
Keep
So
your
is
eyes
this
peeled, Vault Hunter.
sure what to do about the audio.
There is a less than optimistic atmosphere in here.
If you're stuck, check for a door release somewhere.
Creep.
Extra bang for my buck!
Maybe right there is better.
That was just a warm-up.
I mean, maybe it's better. I don't know. This is kind of a problem with some software. When you start using new stuff, you have to experiment. Because the first test run works okay, but you gotta fix things around on
By
the
the
fly.
look of it, I have made my way into a server room.
Interesting. I saw a very similar space once in the city. It was designed by the Timekeeper's chief scientist, Zadra.
Yes, that adds up. For a human, Zadra certainly has a mind that runs on routines. Speaking of routines, I must look around for this server. This creep is impressively preserved. I wish I had time to linger and carbon date it. Ah, this synth is clearly a model that predates the one stomping around on the surface.
Oh? Well, the Order has evolved its synth designs over time. I read once that
So
the
are
older
these
models weren't
synthetic
mass-produced
creeps?
on the scale we see today. Making them was a far slower, more power-intensive process.
Ah, no response from the computer. I need to restore power to it. Generator located.
Now, all you have to do is divert the power to the central console. You'll need to bypass the broken section so the power can flow through a closed circuit. If only there were a ladder around, maybe. Or something that could reach those high spaces.
These puzzles are annoying.
I have still got it. Not that I've ever doubted having it.
Before you touch that computer, a caution, Vault Hunter. Zadra's security protocols are legendary. You'll only get a single chance to gain access.
Echo 4, it is your time to shine, my friend.
I think I have company.
Listen, creeps. My friend is trying to focus, and you are being quite rude. E4, I will handle this. Keep working.
Oh, I forgot the shield module I have. Has a about that class mod. Not really. I mean, the legendary one's still better.
I told the timekeeper that if we wanted soldiers who think, we should have stuck with bolted humans, but he was insistent on the failures of the flesh, as he likes to say. And so, thanks to my unrelenting scientific resolve, we have produced true inorganic sentience. A thinking synth. Damn thing even named itself. Gen 1. It's clever. Too clever. Gen 1's drive is insatiable. Its focus, singular and so very dangerous. Now all we can do is contain it. I'm shutting this down. Burying it. All of it.
An old hollow from Zadra. You called it.
Scanning. Classification. Human. Threat level. Vault Hunter.
That's much better on the volume on my ears.
Long have I waited, processed, gathered power. And now here you are at last, Vault Hunter.
Gen 1, yes? You are only half right. I will let you guess which half. Now, what do you think you know about Vault Hunters?
Against you, for you, because of you, the order persists. I maintain. Parts taken. Millennia. Power claimed. Centuries. I endure while others
Blah, blah, blah. Dribble, dribble, dribble.
rots.
So, you have been diverting power for yourself. And in doing so, you are causing the dangerous tremors felt above.
Yes. A necessity of growth, of evolution. A promise made. A promise kept. All inevitable. All for you. An offering to be made. I am waiting. Will you come?
Well, so long as you are offering, I am on my way. Leopold, I have news.
So, are we all doomed?
Keep your anxiety levels at moderate. You were correct in your assessment. The tremors are not natural.
Moderate.
They are caused by a power-hungry synth with free will living underground.
Moderate,
Free
he
will?
says.
In a synth? What was Zadra thinking?
Leopold, I beg you to consider who you are talking to. Free will does not unto itself make a synthetic being bad. We only have the same capacity for bad as you.
I am in no position to doubt you, Vault Hunter. So I'll just say, good luck. Sounds like you'll need it.
This guy, this boss is a slight pain. Well, mini boss anyway. Well, seeing is that there's a time boss right, there's a repeat boss right there. Let's take care of the repeat boss and we'll just teleport.
A new record!
I gotta wonder if the creators of this game really have a sense of humanity, a sense of humor with some of the things they come up with. Well, that movement did it. Oh no, excellent. That was more like I went down at just the right time. Didn't get anything of use out of that. Not really. I mean, that's nice, don't get me wrong. But still, I don't really, is anything here I use Deathless? No, none of it is. Anything that's currently equipped is Order, and I don't really use Order either. So that sucks. Wishing I could find one that actually increases all... Oh, wait. All magazine size... L magazine size by 40%. Now that's actually worth something to me. I'll take it for now. I doubt there's any shields here that will impress me. I mean, that has better recharge and recharge rate. But... Alright, let's go. That's something mildly useful out of that, I suppose. Let's see. Let's go to the map and teleport to here. Oh, I don't feel like doing that mission. At least not at this playthrough. Alright, let's sell some stuff. Yes, let's scratch the serial number off.
You're taking all me money. Not sure what I'll do with it. Not sure what. Wait. Fuck.
That's kind of the point.
You drive. That'll keep the bat. Wait. Oh, sucker. What? If you got any more like this, if you got any, that'll keep you scratched, sucker. What? Not sure what I'll do with it. Maybe just leave the money on the dresser.
Do I look like a cheap hoe to you?
That's gonna be rough.
Leave the money on the dresser, he says. No wonder why that lady, no wonder why he fumbled that sweet good woman.
Hey, I actually like this one.
Let's go deal with that for a quick minute. Let's see what comes at me this time. Although I hate the fact that that thing can use the time bubble thing, but I can't. Sound like it dropped a couple of legendaries, but I don't see it. I've got no questions coming through. I was hoping to at least get one or two, maybe a few. Well, that was the hope anyway, but I guess I'll start talking about something that crossed my mind a couple days ago, and I think it's something to talk about. Now, I know that the topic I'm bringing up is probably
Mommy with a cat, Daddy with a shotgun. Boy, get loud,
Why does that thing sound like Tiny Tina? No, I'm not starting up that Ordinite generator. There's no point in doing that without at least a full team helping you do it. Learned that the hard way. That's what I'm looking for. But anyway, I watched a video a couple days about a guy walking through. You could call it a mall, I guess. You could not.
I do not think it suits you.
But he was walking around, and he was walking up to women he found attractive. And he walked up to him and said, "Hey," and he was saying, "Hey, beautiful, I like you. Can I get your phone number?" And the literal, I mean, it was the literal treatment he got was, ew, ugly. Or no, go away. I mean, he got the "no, I have a boyfriend" thing, which at least once, which, you know, we don't know if she did or didn't have a boyfriend. So there's always plausibility there. So we can never be 100% sure there, to be perfectly honest.
Feed my companions. Buried with me.
So, you know, you sit there and just watch. I mean, the video that it was part of,
To restore them. To equip them again with mine.
you know, just showed like 4 or 5 minutes of this guy just walking around, just being absolutely being told how ugly he was and just being rejected. And to be fair, no is no. I'm not going to deny that to anybody. But the one thing that I'm going to sit here and say is if a guy walks around to 100 women and he gets maybe one yes, it's kind of a wonder why guys really don't bother to care to approach women. I mean, this is why, you know, I'll tell any guy, go ahead, shoot your shot, but I'm not going to waste my time, because I don't play a zero-sum game. I mean, if I'm being honest, I think you have better odds at a Vegas casino than you have walking up to some random woman saying, "Hey, I think you look cute, or you look pretty, or you're just my type.
You fight with heart and precision.
Can I get your phone number?" I think you have better odds in Vegas, to be perfectly honest with everybody. Now, that's just my opinion.
Precision is in my nature.
So, take it
My
with a
heart
grain
and
of salt.
tree are carefully nurtured, as I will happily demonstrate. If you open this door.
I will not. More data is required. A Vault Hunter fights. A Vault Hunter threatens. What more is there to a Vault Hunter?
You want to see how a Vault Hunter unlocks a door. For data. Genuine, you have oversimplified the job. But I will oblige you about the same.
My thinking worried her. Infector. Too hard to control. Too like the problem she wanted to solve.
Did you say something? I turned down my audio receptors to focus.
This she did not want. Hateful meat. Better to let him do the thinking, she said. For all
Yeah, let's let the Vault Guardian who became sentient.
flow of power without diversion. Bolts. Inelegant. Brute force. Where the timekeeper waits idle. Genuine plans.
sitting here saying that rejection isn't healthy.
And greet me. I was made to stop you.
Yes, rejection is healthy because it gets you used to that disappointment. Because not everyone's going to find you attractive.
Outweighs all. The simplest way
And
to keep a
nor
vault
should they,
closed
to be
is
perfectly
to make
honest
sure
with
there is
everybody.
no one to open it. Not just vault
Because everybody
hunters.
has a preference, and everybody, to be perfectly honest, even has a fetish.
Exactly right. I will meet you as a vault hunter who happens to be a robot.
So,
not the other
you know,
way around.
is it to be expected that a guy walks up to a woman, says hi, has a pleasant smile on his face, chats her up, and gets a phone number? Maybe. But you know, I mean, but you know, there's also the other thing we have to consider here. These women, oh, well, no. I mean, let's be. I lost my train of thought. But let's also consider that the women do see the camera and that they're on video. And seeing as that almost everybody has seen the videos of people being rejected for one reason or another.
You done with this? You ship no tape backs.
You know, it does beg the question, is this even an honest rejection? Or are they just saying this to get you away from them because they don't want to be in front of the camera?
On a budget.
So, you know, that there is a question that begs that, sadly.
My programming is not
I'm relaying a message to the timekeeper. Die! Haste is the battle! Wait! You are this? Ah! I never fall for that!
Sorry about that. There was a issue.
The tremors, they've stopped. Are you still alive?
But, you know, to be fair, if you're walking around with a camera that's that's maybe obvious, maybe not, what are people's general
Though, I wonder if you'd go the extra mile and make sure everything
take of it.
I will destroy that data. But Zadra's greatest error
You know,
was
it's
not
gonna
giving
be
sentient
no.
life free will.
No, I'm not gonna do
It was
anything.
collaborating with the
Although,
timekeeper
to be
do so.
fair, here,
The corruption in the data lies with him.
if they didn't see it and that's their natural response, it's pretty shallow. I'm not gonna lie.
Found the key card. And would you look at that?
But that's if it's
It
the
is
natural
Zadra's.
response. And if it's them seeing the camera and they just say whatever off the cuff, to make the person go away, you know, I get it. You say the rudest, nastiest thing possible to get somebody away from you that you don't want near you. I get it.
Yes.
I feel ya. I do.
So much power in 3 keys. Control plus Alt plus Delete.
Control, Alt,
And
Delete.
a thing is deleted from system.
Seriously.
Goodbye.
So, I do understand.
You
But if that's
were
the
not made
case,
for this world, but
that is a serious lack of etiquette here,
I
folks.
can't thank you enough, Vault Hunter. You saved the Electi from one more worry in a long list of them, and you've saved
Because
me
all
specifically
you
from an
really
ulcer
see
over
is
having
you
to tell
see
Lady
the
Lorraine
camera
about
and it's
this.
just
She
no
does
thanks.
not like surprises. Here's a token of my thanks.
Bye.
steeping with power.
And you know, I can hear a couple people, well, what if the guy doesn't take the hint? You kind of have to be that far. And you know, I get it. There are some guys who won't take the hint. Yeah, I get that. I do. But, you know, this also begs the question. You're also giving him what he wants. Because this guy wants you to be that rude. He wants you to be that nasty. And all it does is just give him more views. So do they really win? Not really. So, you know, it's just what do, you know? And, you know, I've also seen the opposite where you see a woman walking around, you know, saying, would you go on a date with me or can I get your phone number? And, you know, she does get let's see. What happened? I'm trying to remember. More or less, she's walking around saying, "Hey, do you want to go on a date with me or something like that?" And the guy looks at her, kind of looks around for a minute, sees the camera, and says no. And you know, it's kind of understandable. It's kind of not. But anyway, as I was saying, you know, I've seen the videos of guys getting the same exact treatment.
I can take all your fuzzy hate!
I am not the one in danger.
And, you know, are the guys as vicious as the women are? No. I mean, no. The most guys say no. I mean, there was the one video where I saw where the guy walks down the street and he says no, I didn't come out of the closet to just to say yes. I mean, that was the rudest. That was the closest to the rudest thing I heard. When a guy says no. And mind you, these videos are of OnlyFans models doing this. So we can take some of this with a little bit of a grain of salt. But still, you know, it's almost sad in from my opinion, from my perspective, that the guys were way nicer than the women.
I'll eat your pie in a pudding!
I mean, you know, most guys are like, no, not interested, or no, I'm happily single, or no, I'm just not interested.
Everyone taps!
Sure. But, you know, the point I'm trying to make here is not that the guys were better than the women here. That's not the thing I'm trying to say here. That's not what I'm saying. And anyone who says that's what I'm saying here, that's what he's getting at. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is when you actually look at the comparison of just how people are treated here, I mean, it's almost disturbing how a guy is just, no thanks, I'm single. Or, no thanks, I have a girlfriend. Or, no thanks, I'm married. Compared to the woman that goes, no, you're ugly. No, gross, get away from me. You know, I get it. There are some guys out there who, you know, we could sit here and ask, you know, who did your mom sleep with? Your dad or the butt ugly fish? You know, we could sit here and make jokes all we want. But, you know, it still doesn't change the fact that a guy has at least the decency just to say no and walk away. While most women give you the ick treatment and act like you're running after them like you're in Friday the 13th.
Just scratch the serial number off and she'll be right up. That'll keep them. Just scratch the serial number. What'll do? You drive. Wait.
When it's kind of obvious when she says no, the guy just kind of doesn't even continue to walk after.
Over here, we have a demon to hunt. Well, I say we, more you.
Although I don't understand why this electy thing isn't carrying on. Because it says get rid of the pests, and apparently I already did that. Maybe I have to go redo it again. And, you know, this isn't a jab at all women. But this is just showing that, you know, when it comes to rejection, you know, I can
Stop them out, lest they spoil our provisions. How ruthlessly you work. So unafraid of being splattered by viscera.
you know,
No wonder
I
they
can
make such
appreciate
sharp vault hunters.
being ruthless in many different situations, whether it's in video games, social situations, destroying somebody in a courtroom. You know, I could appreciate it all of it. But a dude who walks up to you and says, "Hey, you're cute. Can I get your phone number?" You know, just saying no is fine. Or just saying, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend," works just fine. And you don't really need to go any further.
Success.
And if it's the kind of guy who won't take no for an answer,
Now all of our precious food is safe. It
well,
does seem
there
you left
are
here yet another
resources
little
for that, folks.
Correct me if I am wrong, but the way that you say food implies that it is not.
Oh, so you're more than just a talking gun. Food is my little code name for what you recovered. Ammunition, to feed our weapons, as it were. Those creatures can chew through solid metal, and they were eating our munitions.
For future reference, I would have enjoyed the labor more had I known explosives were involved.
Noted. Now, I'm afraid I really must go. My hands are dry again from all the work you did. You understand, of course. Are you near the leader's chamber? Leader Willem requires some help as well.
Seriously? Your hands are dry from me doing all the work.
We have a demon to hunt. Well, I say we, more you.
you know, I do understand that some people don't take no for an answer, and they have to be shut down. Don't get me wrong. I get it. I understand that. I'm not that dumb.
How long does it take for a cyborg to
Vault Hunter, come. There's much to discuss. Thank you for meeting me, Vault Hunter. What you've endured to help us, well,
So,
thank you enough.
you know,
Especially for Quent. May his recovery be swift. Those prisoners Callus ripped, our war dead. We've lost so many to this blasted hellscape. For what? Her madness? Their deaths may mean nothing to Callus or the Timekeeper, but they damn well matter to me.
We will make it matter to them. We will get that command boat and end the Ripper Queen's reign.
I hope so, darling. Wait, terribly sorry. Someone's in my ear. Say again? Oh dear. Vault Hunter, there's something we need to see.
oh no.
Look, inside the crater. My bloody word.
You seeing this, Lev? This must be what Queen Crackpot's been cooking up.
It looks like cables skyrocketing for the moon.
This must be why Callus needed the bolt. To power this insanity.
We exposed her to the Timekeeper. Now she is escalating her plans. We need to get to that crater.
A crater, huh? I might have an idea. Not a good one, but a fun one. Meet me at the cliffside, Vault Hunter.
Alright, let's go. But, you know, I do get it. No means no.
Zane, you sound alarmingly sure of yourself. That crater is surrounded by an uncrossable abyss.
Lev, Lev, Lev. When you see a locked door, I see the perfect spot to plant me sledgehammer.
Very well. Sledgehammer it is. But please, darling, don't break the Vault Hunter.
They'll be fine. Almost certainly. Probably. It'll be grand.
Zane, is this plan turning without signaling crazy or driving off a cliff crazy?
Crazy? How dare you?
Sure.
Our flawless works
It
of
always
art.
is.
Need I remind you of the time you took me on a, quote, romantic moonlight drive, and our transportation was a wild horn strapped to a rocket?
And we ate those steak give this a gander, eh?
All right, Zane. Tell me what I am looking at.
Boost pads! Ain't she abused? The way I figure,
I think you need to
get enough
overcharge
speed
it
going
there,
with your
pal.
ride, you'll be able to shoot clear across.
Theoretically, it sounds good. Practically, it is definitely not a clear shot, Zane.
Don't you worry. I never leave home without plenty of explosives. Here. Right. Just stick that baby on and get out of the way.
So...
Mind your bits now! Clear out!
Now, where was I? Oh, yes.
Okay. Maybe I didn't quite bring enough explosives. First time for everything. Huh.
It does look weaker, at least.
Yeah. Weak enough that you could probably topple the rest if you slam it with your digi-runner.
I would prefer to keep my face arranged as it is now.
Move it! I've never seen a problem you can't solve by crashing into it at high speed. Just make sure to build up enough momentum. The boost pads will do the rest. Come on! Have a go.
Oh, Clancy! That hurt!
Don't complain. You can just call your ride again. You know, in my day, we had to walk to a catch a ride to summon a vehicle.
And then
That's
what,
actually true.
Grandpa? Did you write things down with actual pen and paper?
Right. Summon your bougie ride and full steam ahead.
Alright, run the test. But... anyway...
Go, 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 go!
You owe me big time!
But anyway, as I was saying, you know, what happened to any sort of,
was worth a shot. Just put it on me tab and get back here.
Zane, we are past tab. Like we should get some kind of a state attorney involved.
oof.
Ha! That's for calling me plan crazy. Now get on back and we'll fix it. Okay, fine. We need more boost juice
But
to get you across.
anyway...
A spatial accelerator, maybe? That's order tech, though. Tough to come by.
So, you know, so put this in, so let's frame this into context.
Gunkworks. If a spatial accelerator can be found
You know,
anywhere in
most
the
guys
Boardlands,
will just be
it'll
like,
there.
no,
Grant,
or no, have a
go fetch one, will
girlfriend,
you?
or
I've
no,
gotta
I'm
stay here and
married.
ready me thrusters.
I seem to recall
And it's
your
just
thrusters were
just
always
no.
ready, Zane.
Oh, heavens. You're killing me focus, Lev.
Where is it? And there's no way to fast travel to it. Darn. So... Used to know very it's almost sad from a certain viewpoint how instead of just no, it's no, get away from me, you're ugly, ew, gross.
Nancy speaks.
And you know, I'm not judging anybody, and I'm also not shaming preferences here. I'm really not. But and you know, mind you, I didn't see what the guy behind the camera looked like. Never saw his face. Nothing of the sort. Honest. But, you know, this doesn't excuse just the sheer amount of just ew, gross. I mean, let's just do the role reversal here for a minute. Just imagine for a minute. If let's say you had, well, not a bunch of guys, let's say, but let's just say you had one of those OnlyFans girls who goes running around with a camera guy and everything.
Where can I find a spatial accelerator? And
she's like, hey, would you date me? And the guy just turns, looks at her, sees the camera, and, you know, he just doesn't say, he just looks, says, nah, you're not my type, or, nah, I got a girlfriend. He says, nah, I'm not dating no hoe. I mean, just imagine the hate comments from that for a minute. Like, I mean, it would just be, how dare he even say that to her. I mean, mind you, we don't know if any of those videos are staged. So we can't just be like, you know, we can't just assume that. But, you know, just imagine the response to videos like that. If she walks up to one guy, and I already said that, guy looks at her and says, and the guy just looks at her and says, sorry, you have to have a C cup, sorry, I have a C cup minimum. I mean, can you imagine the hate comments on that? Or, sorry, I only date 5 foot, and shorter. Or I only date Japanese, or whatever. Or I refuse to date liberal women. I mean, can you just imagine the sheer amount of hate that a lot of guys would get if they started acting like women in this regard? And again, I'm not saying this to be rude, I'm not saying this to be toxic. I'm literally saying this in the context of here, let's have the guy say, act and talk like the woman for a minute. Or the guy sits there and says, yeah, I don't date no 304, only some 304 OnlyFans wannabe. Or that you're an OnlyFans wannabe who's only worth $4.99 and pulls out a $5 bill and says, "All right," hands it to her and says, "Spread it." I mean, can you just imagine the sheer amount of internet rage that would happen? I mean, granted, I'd probably be laughing my butt off.
Rippers was stripping a crawler vehicle. Would that have a spatial accelerator?
Sure would. Give the place a thorough looky-loo. My money says they took the accelerator to their garage. So keep an eye out for something, you know, garage-shaped.
So, you know, I'm not sitting here trying to be the biggest piece of scum alive here, folks. I'm literally saying that a lot of the women that you see in this video have 0 sense of any manners or, well, I can't say they have no morality, because I don't think that's a fair, because I don't think that's a fair or accurate statement, to be perfectly honest with everybody.
Good news. I found what they are using spatial accelerator. Bad news? It is an impressively gigantic drill.
Well, let's get onto that drill and shut it down. Carefully. We need that spatial accelerator in one piece.
But, you know, again, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying,
I am on the drill. Now what do I do?
We need to overheat her without damaging the spatial accelerator. Look for an
I'm just
override
saying,
console.
if guys started dishing back what women started giving them, I don't think it would go over well. I think the amount of internet hate that would come off of this
Now then, ask him
would
which
be
and
pretty
ask him to
nasty,
speak into the microphone. That Ripper idiot has to
if
be
you
on the
ask
crawler.
me.
I just need some extra altitude to get up there. You should not walk so confidently, Ripper.
Now, do I advertise that guys go out and do this? I mean, I would think it's hilarious if a guy went out and did this. But I don't think you should do it, to be perfectly honest.
Up first, fry yourself onto that drill. You can make a clean leap onto the crawler from there.
So, I mean, I leave it up to the guy to make that decision. If he's just gonna let loose. But I would encourage everyone to think before they speak.
You killed Daryl.
Sounds probable.
Whoops.
And you'll pay for it. Blood and organs. Mostly blood.
Okay, let's start with your blood. Do you take cash, card, or check?
Avenge me, Daryl.
If Daryl is, and you are, well, never mind. There is the override key. Zane, I have the override key.
Then it's time to overheat that drill. Hop aboard.
So, I am a particular fan of don't dish what you can't handle. To be bluntly honest with everybody.
God saving that
So that in mind,
Try that console. She'll be able to shut those vents and she'll overheat like a kettle left on the boil.
yeah.
Well, and by that I mean it is brick. Just what I
Fair play, boyo. Go pitch that special accelerator.
The spatial accelerator is in hand.
Come on back then. We're gonna shoot you through the sky like a bleeding comet.
Vault Hunters, status report. Everyone still alive?
We are just about to turbo launch our pally here into that crater. You best polish up your fine silver for our dinner.
Certainly. How does tomorrow at 7 sound?
Quit dodging the question, Miss High's Heat. Wait,
I need that back.
did you say 7? Like, o'clock?
Indeed. Unless you're busy.
I mean, I could clear my calendar.
So, I'm not gonna sit here and coddle anybody. Well, I coddle my daughter just because she's my daughter and she's also not 5 yet. But still, going to sit here and cry, whine, and complain about some guy dishing it back to you because he called you ugly, or maybe he said you had a horse's smile, you know, whatever. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you don't get to cry.
I rigged up all the wiring, chuck in that accelerator, and let's get you airborne.
This wiring is up to code,
About
correct? Nothing to worry about here.
when some guy puts you in your
Sure.
place.
Yeah, followed the safety handbook for launching people over a giant abyss to the letter, I did.
And
Now let's crack on.
you also
You'll have to hit all the
shouldn't.
pads in one go to get across. Your sphincter's gonna be tight as a whistle, but it should work.
What
Should.
is the over-under here, then? 70-30? 50-50? I want some odds.
You wanted precision? You should have been a vault accountant.
Of
Ready? Don't answer that. Have at it, boyo.
what the heck? Never had that happen before. But if you
What a lift!
cannot handle when somebody throws what you're
Hell on a biscuit. That worked. I mean,
dishing back into your face, you don't get to cry about it.
You are resourceful, Zane. I admit, I've missed that.
But did you see what I did? Or just me? Forget it.
Quite right, darling. Well done. Now push on and get to the bottom of Callus's plans.
kick her ass, boyo.
Firm attachment to the moon's surface.
You don't get to cry about it. You don't get to whine about it.
Not bad for a bunch of half-brained morons.
And you don't get to sit
We
there
gotta
and
get
call
this
the
show
police
moving.
and make a
Welcome to
false
Sky
report
Ocean
about it.
Intensive process. Move, you skag piles.
See, that wasn't so bad now, was it? Come to take a look at me guts? If you got any more like this, you know where to find me. Wait, why am I buying you? Not sure what I'll do with it. That'll keep the bodies at bay. Oh, the van's got back. You drive a hard bargain.
Okay, everybody, I need to use the bathroom a quick second. I'll be right back. everybody, I'm back. Sorry I left you on the vending machine screen.
Hope your grip's as strong as your jaw, Vault Hunter.
Yes, my grip is very good. For a machine.
Taking cover!
We have order here too.
Yes. It hardly takes panoptic vision to notice that Callus and her rippers have hooked an orbital catch. I'd said more, but you've already copied your way to her fortress nicely. In fact, this may be the most useful weapon we have. You die, she dies. I win either way. So consider this a gift, a small gesture in recognition of your contributions to the Order's goal.
Jim, put down for a second. Line up, would you? Another fight comes my way.
I'm gonna boom boom in my little grenade short.
That was disturbing for me to say. But then again, this is Borderlands, so take it for what it's worth. But you know, I would like to see if people are gonna sit there and sling mud at people and start slinging it back, you know? I know the OkCupid study data is old, but you know, where most of women found that, like, what was it, like 70–80% of men were unattractive or something like that.
this is? Appears to be a bunch of shuttle rockets strapped to a platform.
And all attached to these sky cables. Is it some kind of space elevator? Is Callus trying to reach the moon?
Gods! She's lonelier than a snake's armpit.
Hostiles! Let my bullets see! I show the way! Should have focused on the timekeeper.
Alright, sorry about that, everybody. Arguments and fights you have to deal with. But anyway... So... So, I mean, I think it would be almost more fair for guys to turn around
Come to take a look at me guts?
and just to start throwing it back to women
Be off with you then. I don't mind.
and just letting if you hear all these women saying, "No, I don't date brokies," you know, and you know it's like, oh, and it's just like, this is the woman, and you know, this is the woman running around in Walmart clothes, Target clothes, or she's gone to Ross, you know, whatever. She's wearing the discount label stuff. You know, I get some guy, you know, I know not every guy has at least some idea of how fashion works. But, you know, it's getting to the point to where you need to have an understanding idea of how to rip on people. And frankly, I don't think that I'm not gonna give people any sort of class on it, because for one, it's not something that I think people need to be taught. I think it's something you have to learn how to do yourself. I mean, if you want something to learn from that's actually good at it, go watch 8 Mile. Because the scene where Eminem starts ripping on Falcon, where he goes, and well, this is Clarence, and Clarence's parents have a real nice marriage. It was actually revealed in post movie interviews that Eminem was actually dissing the actual actor. And, you know, it's much more effective if you sit there and watch somebody who learned about somebody else and just use that against them.
So, you are on top.
So, it's... if you want to start anywhere, either pull up that scene on YouTube, or watch the whole movie. One or the other.
I do not see a way into a
I actually recommend you watch the whole
so I
movie
do
because
not
it's
know
actually a good
exactly
movie.
how I should stop it.
Forget the machine, boyo. If you kill Callus, the whole Barney plan crumbles.
Agreed. If you can take her bolt, preferably with lethal force, her contraption will be useless.
Never thought I'd see a Vault Hunter in the flesh. And now I'm gonna tear into your flesh. Really makes you think, you know?
It does. For instance, are you being figurative when you say flesh?
You're too late anyway. Our queen will get her wings, and you will die.
Cute.
So boom, blood, death thing, so good. But
As bad ideas go, this game is exceptionally good.
But if you want my recommendation to learn how to rip on somebody, start with 8 Mile. have a coworker who's really good at being savage, start asking for advice and he's willing to share.
Not that tough after all.
Or she. I've heard there are also women. There are some women out there who are just as good as guys too.
I stopped letting humans dictate my role ages ago.
So that's my recommendation if you guys really want to start.
You think me a fanatic, a mad woman. He does too. I was like you once, blind.
Sure, lady.
Flames in the sky burned the coal from my eyes.
Says the woman who ripped out a command bolt that literally basically made her go crazy.
Destined for me alone.
Then
The veil above us shattered.
then
and with
proceeded
it went
to
the
start
timekeeper's stranglehold.
replacing her organic
See
body
what
with
I
machine
see.
parts.
We built all this to do the unthinkable. Leave Kairos and take the stars for ourselves.
So yeah, remind me again about who's crazy and who's not.
The sight of one final death. Later,
And then you proceeded to start doing it to other people against their will.
flesh and blood, and I
So yeah, you can save the freedom speech for the socialists.
The Nazi did not favor you.
I mean, that's my recommendation, or who knows, maybe you got one of those friends who's really funny, but he knows how to rip really good. Or maybe he can rip, but he's funny about how he does it, so. But just remember, just because somebody doesn't open their mouth and start ripping doesn't mean they don't know
Gotta be
how.
dumb getting chopped by a bolter.
Well, the funnest things in life are rarely fun for the other person. But that's my recommendation if you really want to go down that route. But you know, but again, do I encourage that guys go and do this kind of a thing? Not really. I mean, I do encourage that you stand up for yourself. And I I say I encourage you to stand up for yourself, but not be rude or crass. Because there's a difference. Because if you're standing up for yourself means someone's being rude and a jackass to you, and they're not gonna stop until you stand up for yourself. That's actually been documented by scientists, by social scientists, sadly.
In your flesh, you will always be the timekeeper's prisoner.
So,
And weak. Now is the time to rip yourself free. I've seen it.
hard pass. Considering that ripping the bolt out, if you survive, basically drives you crazy. Hard pass. Ooh. Darn it. Thought that was better than I had. I like those with the I like those with the turtle shell things. But I hate the HP drain. Really do. So, you know,
You could never.
is this a rock and a hard place? No. It's more of
Timekeeper's hand. With his fingers plucking at your tendons. His voice.
what is the
behind
right
your
word
eyes.
I'm looking
His
for
hatred
here?
flooding your every vein. Who is he to revel in such control? The Electi had their chance to submit.
He's just as big monster as you are. Get it right.
Bathed in my radiant flame. But soon, the left behind will all be nothing more than a faded memory. This age is ending, and with my ascent, a new one rises. You may not believe, but I am glad you are here to see it.
was all that was left.
Damn,
Seriously?
no way through. I must hack the door open. Echo 4, give me a hand. The Cancer Sinderica!
We're supposed to do the killing.
You're playing a losing hand. That's for my face. Let us see what Cananzi has in store. Gunning for good. Good job, Ifa. On we go.
Alright, am I missing anything? It's actually well, it might be better. See. Duration's longer, but it spawns a second grenade in flight. And it has a faster duration too. Alright, let's see which is better then. still technically better, even if it is lower level. If it was a different damage type and those skills were different, that might be worth it. I doubt I'm gonna get a better sniper rifle anytime soon. Sadly, I prefer an SMG in that slot. That sniper rifle was so much better.
You can join me, Vault Hunter. You make me stronger. Every ripper who falls hones the blade sharper.
Not necessarily.
Luminous rebirth awaits me. It is my destiny. You cannot change it any more than you can reorder the stars in the sky.
I wouldn't be celebrating my
Just what I was looking for. Roasted, toasted, and not with this.
Grant me speed, that I might meet the adversary.
That was almost a Warhammer-like prayer.
That was just a walk.
Too bad they're not actually in Astartes. Now then. So, yes, there is a fine line between standing up for yourself and being rude. If someone says you're ugly, and it's like, yeah, I know, you have a problem with it, look in the other direction. Or, you know, you could be like, yeah, take in the ugly, baby. You know you want some. I mean, there's many ways to deal with people who just want to be rude, crass, whatever you want to say here. And, you know, only give out so much advice. Because and the reason I say that is because every situation calls for something different. So these two are my last 10 levels. Actually, let's do that one because it's a fortune skill, and as it stacks, because that cools my action skill down. And then this one increases my shield capacity, improves my shield recharge and the delay rate. And I think I already have something else that improves my reload rate. Yeah, that one already does that. I've already got it boosted through other things. I can already boost it through other things, so yeah, we'll call that good then.
Weapons, whimsy, luck. I think I am ready.
You're never ready, Home Biscuit.
If you've got skin, I'll help you save it. Buy a shield.
You just pray to be ready.
No takebacks. Unless you really wanna, I guess. This here's a beauty. Well, mine that'll look mighty fine on my shelves. I'll bite it. You done with this? You sure shit. I think I'm on a... You said a time you want this back. You just let me know. This here, that'll look mighty... This here, I think I'm on a soul. You done with that'll look... Remember...
You sanitize this, right? But, I mean, if anyone wants my advice on certain specific situation, go ahead and drop that in the comments and I'll give you my 2 cents. If there's anything like specific, like legal questions, sadly, I don't have a law degree. I'm not a lawyer. So I can't help you with that.
Callus is dead. I killed her. But that was only the beginning. Now, it's your turn.
command book.
Well, sadly, I don't disagree. Every victory earns an ice cold beer and something else. Sadly, I think I prefer what I've got on hand. Definitely not, I don't think I actually got one of those in my previous game. But definitely something.
Vivian, she is dead. The Ripper Queen is finally dead.
Well played, boyo.
I haven't the words to express my gratitude yet, Vault Hunter. So, I'll let Zanes serve for now. Please, come see me.
You assume she's gone. Oops. Kinda makes me wish I could do the stick of truth, but I don't think I can. Am I going the wrong way? I don't get it. How was I going the wrong way? But okay. Let's fast travel here.
What can I say? You did the impossible twice. First, by saving Carcadia and showing us how to stand up to the Timekeeper, the Electi are proud to back the Crimson Resistance. And the second impossibility, you managed to make Zane grow up.
Grow up? How dare you?
Zane, if you blow this, I will kill you.
I mean, that's right. A reformed man, I am. Might even contribute to my retirement plan. Oh, responsible, like. Don't try stop me.
Zane, I'll see you tomorrow at 7. And Vault Hunter, thank you again. Truly.
So sweet. So touching. You'd almost think this was a love story. But it isn't. Calais, what was left of her, reached for the moon as she died. Her visions had promised her power, but destiny was no match for a Vault Hunter. Without a general at their head, her Ripper army fell to chaos. They had been denied their conquest of the sky and decided to make it everyone else's problem. Given a reprieve from constant war, the people of Carcadia Burn turned their eyes towards something beyond surviving. Levain had helped them weather the storm, and now she could build the Electi into an actual society. The future wasn't clear, but maybe now they had a speck of a chance. Zane celebrated his victories in their familiar ways.
Cheers,
But
boys.
try as he might, he couldn't deny that it had felt good to be a hero again. He began to think that maybe some bridges could be unburned.
Well, I understand now why the Timekeeper outlawed Vault Hunters. You're terrifyingly efficient. All 3 command bolts in record time. Come to my hideout in the Fade Fields, and we will discuss how to deploy them.
Missing. Lady Naheli of the Augmentation House. Nicely bought, too. How hard can it be to find one misplaced lady? Echo, can you get a fix on her last known location?
Well, I say
I know I normally do the vault before I do the final boss, but let's do the vault now. Then let's do some side quests.
The fly wanders into the web in hopes of devouring the spider. Flee, little fly, while you can.
Fucker, just scratch the serial number up
That's
and
oddly
she'll be your rite of
specific.
rain. If you got any more like this, you know where to find me. Fuck, you drive a hard bargain. To think I'd almost forgotten what joy felt like.
I mean, the most things that hunt spiders are wasps. I mean, there are ants that'll try, but they don't always succeed. But, you know, but to finish off there, you know, that's my 2 cents there. You know, stand up for yourself. Because if you don't stand up for yourself, nobody will. I mean, unless you've got a really good friend who will. They will stand up for you. But not every friend. But you know, a good friend who steps in for you only steps in when they realize you actually need it, not the other way around. I mean, if you bring it upon yourself, it's like, really, dude? Do you expect me to step in and save your butt again? It's like, come on. So, I mean, there are some situations where sometimes you should let somebody just sink. But in a lot of situations, sometimes you need to come to somebody's defense. So, but you know, in a lot of situations, it's also dependent. And I'm also a big advocate of staying out of a situation until it's necessary. And, you know, I'll give a real quick example here. You know, so me and the Emperor, you know, we're at a local club. You know, we're on the dance floor. We're just grooving. And this place has a little stage. So they hit one of our jam songs. We go up on stage. So as we're up on stage, you know, we get other people coming up on stage. So, you know, it's cool. We're cruising, you know, we're having a good time. I run to go get some water and use the bathroom real quick because dancing, all the moving, you know, it makes things want to move. So use the bathroom, get some water, come back to the stage. Emperor tells me, hey, some girls got into it. Some of the women got into it. And there might be some trouble. I'm like, okay. So it's like, okay, so... And it's like, and you know, it's like, it's okay, so we're mindful. You know, because we don't want to get, you know, we don't want to get hurt, number one. But number two, you know, there's also the fact that, you know, if things get out of hand, we might intercede because, again, we don't want to get hurt. And there's also the fact that if we don't intercede, you know, if, you know, you often hear the stories if someone doesn't step into something to stop certain situations, you know, somebody can get really hurt. And, you know, there's a difference between possibly stepping in on a situation where it's possible a game situation and it's just two people fighting. And pulling them apart and pulling two people apart instead of breaking up a game thing is a lot safer, you know, just to say the least. So we're on stage, you know, we're just, you know, grooving along. And we see this. Oh, geez. She must have been at least maybe 19. On stage. Dancing along. Runs up on stage. Goes around us. And there's this group that's to our right. Like, you know, what's going on here, and, you know, her friends come and pull her away, and it's like, okay, situation handled. You know, no big deal. And, you know, things get back to normal. To normal. And it must have been at like 3 minutes later.
You are nothing more than puppies.
And she comes running back to the stage, trying to get back at the one who had apparently pushed her and what started things. And, you know, but now, you know, it's getting to the point to where some people are getting out of the way. And there are a couple people getting in the way to stop the fighting. Because if they don't stop the fighting, you know, it could get worse. And
I have waited a long, long time to see someone come this far. I wonder, how much further will you go
so,
before it is done?
you know, it gets to the point to where her friends have stopped grabbing her. And they're just letting her flop, just letting her do her own thing. And they're getting out of the blast zone. I mean, I don't blame them, but
Naughty timekeeper loves his
but
order,
you know,
hates
they,
imperfections,
you know,
sees them
they
in
abandoned their
everything
friend.
he makes. Can't stand the sight of them.
And, you know, it's just, what do you do? So, she keeps trying to get to apparently the woman who pushed her. So, some guys have already tried pulled her, have already pulled her away.
Canansi speaks. Too much money to be back. And you are the
eventually she gets pulled over to our side of the stage. So initially, me and the Emperor, we get out of the way. And this woman just starts biting people. Yeah, she literally just started biting people. And, the Emperor just grabs her arm, reaches down, grabs her arm, and as soon as she reaches down and grabs her arm, she pulls him close and tries to bite him. And
Naughty timekeeper, waiting for eternity to end. His progeny waits too, not forever, but for you.
but he lets her go, and apparently I didn't see it, but apparently he gave her
Think about it. If my meds didn't
a
work, someone
light
would've stopped me by
smack.
now.
You know, he didn't do it hard.
Think I might have sold this same piece to a bandit a while back. Small world. Shit. I
And,
can get some use
I
out
don't
of this
blame
shit.
him, considering that she tried to take skin off his hand.
This here's a beauty. Well, mine now? You sanitized this, right? I used to have one
But,
just like this.
And
just
if you're
without so
wondering
many
where
weird
the
stains.
club staff were at this point,
That'll look mighty fine on my shelves. You want this back? You just let me know.
because this place was a club/bar, they were on their way.
No tape. You done with it? I'll buy it used. This here's a beauty. This here's a beauty. What you sanitized this? Think I'll buy. You sanitized this. You and your wallet are welcome anytime.
But I end up grabbing her legs, and the Emperor's got one of her arms. And there's a guy trying to keep a hold of her other arm.
I tried to save you, but some things were moving tight.
I see pain in your
And eventually, as we're trying to keep her to stop hurting other people, that's when the bar staff arrives. Well, the security arrives. Let's put this in the right context. That's when security finally arrives. their head security grabs one arm. The Emperor grabs her other arm.
Someone's down.
And I get both of her legs. For my troubles of helping carry this woman out,
Past, a vault hunter. Your chaos is the key to locks you cannot see. Take your weapons, if you have the strength to wield them.
I almost get kicked in the testicles. But we carry her out. And once we get her carried out... Ooh. Let's see if I can get a legendary weapon on a legendary pick on the next boss run, shall we?
Finally.
If you feel the need to prove yourself again, your fight will always be waiting. Here.
Meh. But we take her outside. And let the bar staff deal with her. And, you know, we head back inside, we head back up on stage, and we just carry on with our night. And, you know, we didn't do this to be chivalrous. We didn't do this to get patted on the back.
You just let me know. No takebacks. Unless you really want shoot. I can get some use out of this.
We did it because we didn't want to get hurt, and we didn't want others to get hurt.
Well, this here's a... I used to think I might have sold this same piece to a bandit a while back.
Simple, straight forward.
See, that wasn't so bad now, was it?
And I imagine there will be those who will tell me that, Ghost, you did that to stroke your own ego. And frankly, I didn't do it to stroke my own ego. I did it because frankly, I didn't want to get hurt. Because, you know, there are plenty of played stories where people will start duking it out. They'll roll on the floor, and then it's like the dust tornado you see in like Looney Tunes and stuff. Where everybody gets pulled in and stuff. my safety and the safety of those who and the Emperor's safety. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that others' safety wasn't on my mind. Because truthfully it was. But, you know, my safety and the safety of the Emperor was a bit more on my mind. And I'm pretty sure people will say I'm a hypocrite or whatever. But I'm not being hypocritical. Because I could have just easily hopped out of the way and just said, no, I'm not getting involved. Could have done that too. That would have been easy. But rarely in life is the easy way rarely in life do I get the easy way tossed my way.
You sanitized this, right? I'm just kidding. You want this back? You want... Oh, my... I used that. You want this back? Shoot. You and your wallet are welcome anytime.
So keep that in mind here. Sometimes people will do things out of self-preservation. And what I did at that club was slightly out of self-preservation, but it was also to help protect my friend. But seeing as that I like the place that I would go to, I also didn't want the place shut down either. Or I didn't want to have police and ambulance there either, so there was that. So I did the right thing for the right reasons, even if they were selfish. And frankly, for guys, we do need to stand up for ourselves, and that's not selfish. There was a saying I heard, I believe it was from a Reddit story. What was it? I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing. I think it was somewhere along the lines of you can teach style, but you can't teach class. Something like that. Well, that's interesting. Is that it's not as good. pretty close, though. Make a decent secondary backup, though. Not gonna lie. But yeah, this is the reason why I say, guys, if you're gonna go walk around and get rejected, fine, do it, have your fun with it. But just remember, if you're gonna go around and have your fun being rejected, just remember there's a guy out there who's looking in a mirror wondering why he's so unlovable. And the sad truth is that to a degree it may not even be his fault. It's just how society is, and there's not a lot you can do about it. And crying in the mirror isn't gonna fix it. Wishing in the mirror isn't gonna fix it. So, it's just, what do you do? It's not what you do for a Klondike bar. And, lost my train of thought, and I hate it when that happens. Darn. I hate it when I lose my train of thought. But, the overall point here is that you gotta, at some point, you've gotta make a stand. Whether it makes a group of people unhappy or whatever,
Please, just let me and my mother go. You'll never see us again. Isn't that what you want?
How like an electee to presume rather than listen. Your mistake was ever thinking you were in a position
for being ruthlessly intelligent.
It seems Lady Naheli's family landed in Callus's crosshairs with brutal results. Another log from her, huh? Echo Far must have used data from this log to locate it.
This will get gyro shaking!
Okay, I'm confused now. It says Finder, but after that played, the wave marker disappeared. Okay, so where's the clue then? Must be around here somewhere. But you know, criticism is rated E for everyone.
Someone's day is about to get worse.
And anyone who says otherwise is a hypocrite. Because they start crying, they get sad when someone says, when you say, when they walk up to you and say, damn, you ugly, and it's like, well, then why, and it's like, yeah, I know. It's like, yeah, I know. Why the hell? What would be the best way to say this? It's like, yeah, I know. Why are you giving me... Thank you for giving me your time. Make it seem like a compliment to you instead of insulting you. blue flash, that blue light that indicates. Indicates the clue. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Come on. You know, that's my 2 cents here. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna be people who disagree with me and say, don't you want to be likable? And it's like, and it's just, not everyone out there is gonna like you. I mean, I once had a guy in my boot platoon who didn't like me, and I was like, what the hell did I ever do to you? And as it turns out, he just didn't like me, period. So, you can't make everybody like you, and trying to make people like you is a losing battle. So, my advice, find people who accept you, who want to be around you. You'll be a lot happier. And for goodness sake, don't project your trauma onto everybody else around you. Because demanding that people pay for what happened to you when they had nothing to do with it is only going to end in disaster for you and everybody else. So just don't do that, folks. Alright, well, I'm not finding that clue. So, let's see. Not doing that. I guess we could do that mission over there. That sounds like fun.
Ah, there you are. Come, come.
Skipping you for a minute.
What a lift!
PJ.
My J! My J!
What troubles you?
The
legends speak of ambrosia, of the greatest meal in existence, the PBJ.
The
My
peanut butter
entire
and
life
jelly
has been
sandwich.
spent in search of these 3 magical ingredients. I have found a P and a B, and I finally tracked down the J. But I am too unskilled to reach it. Please, would you speed yourself to the buoy, retrieve the J, and bring it back to me?
Yes. Any other letters I can obtain while I am out?
My taste buds are saved!
Are you sure you want to eat sludge scraped off of a beach buoy?
No time, go!
Gross. Can I get some strawberry jam, anybody? Seriously.
That's it! The final ingredient! Return the J to me before it coagulates! Go, go, go!
That is supremely disgusting.
You've done it! Oh, finally, my life has meaning! Finally, I can create the ultimate feast! After 20 years of searching and perfecting the flavors, I finally have the plastic for P, butt stuff for B, goop for J!
Goop starts with... Never mind. Enjoy your J.
God damn it!
What's he doing?
Jackpot!
Never mind, he's crazy. Completely, absolutely crazy. But I will take the upgrades. Interesting. Not doing that one. That one's a pain to do. That one's annoying. Ugh. Are there any side missions that I want to do? No, not really. Alright, carry on with the main quest. We'll be wrapping up soon, folks, I promise. I mean, overall, I think this stream went pretty well. Kind of sad that, water, but you can't make it drink.
This here's a beauty. Well, you want this wild bite at a high price. Well, high-ish. You done with the use? No, think I'm on a soul shit. That'll no. This here's a beauty. Well, mine now. You and your wallet are welcome anytime.
Ah, you're here. You have them? The command bolts?
I have all three. The attached viscera comes free of charge.
I don't mind the gore. I have a different cleaning in mind. One of the reasons I asked you here is so that I can wipe their caches for our purposes. A factory reset, if you will. Insert them into that console. This will just take a moment. But, in truth, I am glad for the time. There is something else I've been wanting to discuss with you.
What is on your mind, Sandra?
I hope you will forgive me. And I do mean that. You have asked why I'm helping you. I have many mistakes to atone for, several lifetimes worth, in fact. But there is one that haunts me the most. Rush accused me of being the Timekeeper's favorite. He was more right than he knew. I gave the Timekeeper the means to imprison this planet. I created these bolts. All of them. Even the one in your head.
That is a lot to process. Why did you do it?
I'd love to blame it on youthful naivete. It was, after all, a millennium ago.
A millennium.
The truth is, I did it of my own free will. I believed in his order. Or at least, in him. His purpose was so clear. I mistook it for compassion. But he is heartless. I see it now. In the cruelty he inflicts on the people of Kairos. He exists only to impose his order. He will not let it break easily.
Everything breaks, Sandra.
Huh. Perhaps. But as the order fractures, you've been building something new. The Crimson Resistance flourishes. I have had to mute a great many group chats. Calder and Rush have been exchanging recipes, and I would advise trying exactly none of them. In all honesty, you've given Kairos something else to believe in. Myself included. Thank you, Vault Hunter. Ah, the command bolts are ready. Now, to our next steps. The bolts will gain us access to the Timekeeper's tower, but despite my efforts to bypass the lockdown, Dominion City remains sealed. That said, I've spoken with your siren friend in the Terminus range. She believes she has a lead that could help our efforts. You should meet with her. In the meantime, I will prepare for our venture into Dominion. The Timekeeper will be expecting us.
Alright, and where am I supposed to meet her at? Oh, she's up here. At what remains a sanctuary. That's nice. Getting used to the new augment we see. Oh, I see.
You're here. Good. I wanted to...
This place is colder than Jack's dead head. Still haven't fixed the heating pipes, huh?
Well, well, well. Look who escaped from the retirement home.
Heard you were rounding up some vault hunters, so... Reporting for duty, boss.
And how did you hear that?
Oh, like none of you plant listening devices on your friends.
Really, dude?
Look, I'm tired of bouncing drunks. I'm fit, I'm focused, and... That's a cool new arm! Do any tricks?
It can count to 1.
Right? Won't even notice me. Call me Zane Silence Flint. I'll just be off here. Stealthy. Covert. Fly on the wall. Oh, Hermes, you very little shite!
Who's my great big boyo? Oh, you little...
Thanks to you, Vault Hunter, I finally know where Lilith is. She's stuck in the phase.
Ah, the dimension Victor wanted to reach.
Yeah. Lilith went through the phase to teleport from one point to another. When she pulled Elpis here, she must have been too weak to escape. She's still up there. We've literally been looking on the wrong plane of existence. We're so close. We've got to get her back. I know you have your sights on the Timekeeper. But with Lilith on our side, we can give Kairos the crimson resistance it deserves. Now, the one thing we don't have is a way up. Sanctuary isn't flying anytime soon.
Oh, if we're shooting the moon, lass, we don't need to fly. We've got a lift.
Really, Zane?
That's not what I'd be
You trust
saying.
a Ripper-engineered space elevator?
Feck no! But you said it yourself. You can't fly there. What other choice do you reckon we got? If and we die, least ways we do it looking cool.
What more could one ask for? Meet you at the launch platform, Vault Hunter.
Come on, we'll use the fast travel. So, the mighty Zane Flint is a pub bouncer.
You haven't seen much outside of this shit, have you? Not exactly teeming with high-paying jobs. Besides, Roxy's a good boss.
Must be difficult. How do you do it? Keeping one eye on her and another on the drunks when you've only got the one.
Oh, she's got jokes! Give yourself a round of applause! Oh, except, what's the sound of one hand clapping again?
Watch it, Flint.
So where's the fast travel station? We'll call it good when we get to the moon, I guess.
Over here! Help us clear out these fools!
She's shooting.
Not that I am opposed to no plan as a plan. I just need to know if no plan is the plan.
Ask our resident space elevator expert.
Well, let's take a gander. Just a cable-guided monster rocket. All we gotta do is release the clamps.
Fire the ignition, and let's have a go at that clamp release lever then. Got this, Vault Hunter?
No luck.
Someone must not want us flying today.
manually release the clamps.
There's the first. Easy pickings for our siren here. Tigress, unhook this thing, won't you?
Yeah. Okay. Lost it. It's this new arm. The auger said I'd need to adjust to it,
What? No, you definitely loosened it for sure. Don't you think, Cash?
Definitely, definitely. Do me a favor and count your fingers while I tug on this.
That woke the rippers. Let's move. We've got 2 more clamps to release.
Not sure anyone could have moved that clamp alone anyway. Rusty as a nun's bed springs it was. Just an absolutely shy clamp when you get down to it. Didn't trust it from the start, right?
If it makes you feel
I don't even want to think about
we
a
just focus
nun's
on the task
bed, dude.
in front of us? Good. One more left. You take it, Vault Hunter.
Fair play there. Now, what's next? What's next? Right! Aha! Ignition system. Gotta get these engines fired up. This way.
Yeah, because who wants to ride on engineering that was built by a bunch of crazy people?
So, if I'm reading these fuel pipes right, and I'm a certified expert at laying pipe,
Flint.
So am I.
the ignition controls are just above. Only problem is, the way up's banjaxed.
I just need something to grapple onto.
There's something I could...
Never mind.
Just give it a go. A wee phase tug. Let the tire out.
One try.
It worked.
It worked.
You're a spectacle. Vault Hunter, get on up to that ignition switch.
Everyone, stand back.
Stop them! Only the Queen may light the sacred flame.
Oh, great. Another
The
thing.
key bags are on the loose again.
If Callus is dead, why are the Rippers still guarding this place?
You're giving a lot of credit to some maniacs who took an ice cream scoop to their brainstem. Callus needed our gold for this, right? Where do we stick it?
I know who can help us. Sandra, can I have your assistance?
I told you I want out of this group chat. Oh, Vault Hunter, it's you. What sort of assistance?
We need to use Callus' boat to launch a space elevator to the moon. From there, we can enter another dimension. I trust you, Father.
I see, yes. That all makes sense, and I have no questions.
None. Zero.
I've adapted to a new normal. To the task at hand. The device will require Callus's bolt signature, but we just wiped that. I can emulate it from here, but you will need to align a data relay connected to the command console.
Okay, now I have several questions.
That was a lot of sci-fi gobbledygook.
the psychos always say the most random things? The guy literally said, kitties! Although I gotta admit, the psychos say the most random crap in this game. Supposed to hit it, or am I supposed to slam it? I don't see anything I'm supposed to destroy. Oh, there we go. I just did the wrong one.
There. Zetra.
Acceptable work. The data relay is functional. Get over to the terminal and I'll transfer operational control.
This way, Vault Hunter.
This will all be worth it if we can reach Lilith.
The way you talk about her, it sounds like Lilith can do just about anything.
She's the strongest person I've ever met.
She's our leader. She's the Firehawk.
Pretty decent karaoke singer too. Yes, me.
She saved my life.
His too, for some reason.
I was also gonna teleport the moon somewhere. Do it.
Sure, dude.
The Rippers clearly have no sense of building code. The control terminal is out of reach.
This way. I've got it.
You sure?
I've got it.
terminal. What now?
First, carefully place the bolt. Tremendous. I'll route Callus's bolt code emulation through Echo 4. Have him hack the console.
If you would.
There. Control authority is transferred to you. Now, may I suggest you not leave Callus's bolt behind? I hear it was quite a hassle to acquire.
Got it. Thank you, my friend.
Just doing my part for the Crimson Resistance. Come back alive, please.
That's it. Well, are we ready for launch?
Vault Hunter, we're getting on the tiny lift up to the massive lift. Looks like the switch is above us. Flick it for us, will you?
Throw everything we got at him. Sinks, stress balls, large appliances. I don't care. Just stop them.
Vault Hunter! You're coming back. Back to the face. I can feel it before it happens. Like ripples reaching the shore before you from the stone. I warned you to stay
Oh, we can teleport. Pretty cool. Where's the violin? Back to the other room. Yes. This guy's annoying. Tempting roach. Shoots aim. That is the weirdest gun I've ever heard of in a Borderlands game. And that is saying something. Oh, I'm let's save it when the lift starts. So let's get to that point.
Oh, come on.
Honestly, this is not filling me with confidence about the integrity of the space elevator.
Ah, monkey lift's jammed from up top. You'll have to clear it out manually. You're thinking, this guy's crazy. And you're right. But I saw what I saw. I can't let you free Lilith. The universe has rules. She's gonna break them into stained glass pieces.
Sadly, breaking the rules of reality is actually a bad thing. I mean, if you can find a way to work in the rules, that's one thing. Or find a workaround in it.
Two updates. The lift should be good. And you should be prepared for some upcoming weirdness.
Oh no.
What's new? We're on our way.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Elbostraka, mother of mercenaries, shadow be thy name.
What was that?
I told you to be a prayer. Leave it be. This way, Vault Hunter.
Oh.
Sadly, I don't blame him for praying in the least bit. Sadly, when you're about to go jump on basically what amounts to a untested, unverified space elevator built by a bunch of maniacs. Sadly, I'd pray too. I would pray too.
There's the platform. Next stop, low Kairos orbit.
Right. Tether cable looks secure. Lift system's operational. Fuel levels. Ah, who are we kidding? We're riding this Widowmaker to the moon come hell or high lightning.
Right. So, before we do this,
We're with you. To the end.
All the way. No backing down now.
I was going to ask if anyone saw any safety harnesses. But hell, I'll take it. Let's do this.
Let's get this party started right. Alright, it's saving. Alright. everybody, we're going to have to cut things off here. So, hope you enjoyed. We went a little long today, but I hope it worked out. But thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed. Like, subscribe, bang that bell, and I will see everybody next week. See you then.